What is up? Oh, that didn't work. Oh, that didn't work. Okay. I should have checked that. Sorry, give me 1 second. We'll get started. This is Play the Tape. It is the news show, but it's obviously like all the other shows. It is a news show. That's annoying the shit out of me. We are listening to Newthgrush. This is how that's not what's annoying me. That is how it's supposed to sound. They're a noisecore band. Is there anything in the CD? I didn't think so. Okay, give me 1 second. Yeah, like I said, it is a news and view show. We will talk about things going on in the world. Obviously, and I feel like I broke this last night. Yeah, I think it came in just as I was ending the episode. I was like, oh shit, is that real? Jimmy Kimmel's show is being indefinitely put on hiatus. It has not been canceled, which multiple outlets have inaccurately reported based on a social media post, but that is not the case as far as I understand. As far as I understand, at least according to a Rolling Stone article, Kimmel he will be called into the Disney. Okay, first of all, obviously, I have to take that off. That was for illustration purposes only. Was I wearing those backwards? Oh, I should wear them backwards as a protest. After FCC Chair Carr threatened their license, apparently there were emergency meetings with executives at Disney, ABC, Hulu, at ESPN. People are calling for boycotts of all of them, obviously. People are saying he is going to be let on the air, but I guess Sinclair is demanding that Kimmel himself donate to Turning Point USA and Erica Kirk, who has been named the head of Turning Point USA. So I guess same thing. And then I didn't explain the name change. So Play the Tape, and again, I've been playing around with different formats and things. It's all just a news and views show. Same old disclaimers, opinions I express are purely my own. I am going to continue on the sort of fact check bent or avenue that I have been, which is to say just continuing to more explicitly cite my sources, cite my reasoning for believing one source or over another, just trying to have actual transparency, not like RFK Jr. style transparency, and yeah, I guess kind of front load or build in a little bit of the media literacy that I hope I possess into the content itself, and maybe that can someone somewhere might. Why does it always give me that low disk? Yeah, I know. I have low disk space. And then I was thinking of different names for the show. I ended up with Play the Tape. I was going to call it Caught on Tape, but that makes it sound too much like a gotcha, or like I don't know what. Yeah, I don't know what I was. That didn't feel right. That felt like clickbait. But yet, I was gonna call it "Roll That Beautiful Bean" footage. Does anyone remember those Bush's Baked Beans commercials from like the '80s? That dog was named Duke, right? Am I making that up? That dog was named Duke. That dog, I believe, is CGI now, and it's an abomination. Like, I'm not the only one who thinks so. I saw a social media post from Bush's Baked Beans at some point, and they had like the dog, but he was like CGI, and people were not having it in the comments, and I'm glad because I was not having it. This is New Thrust. This is how it's supposed to sound. This is the correct speed. Not exactly sure which song it is or the name of this record. That's a New Thrust. It seems self-titled. It seems eponymous. It doesn't seem to have a name anywhere on it. Fuck Yoga Records. Fuck Yoga Records. That's just not going to work. Speaking of Duke, my dog, and dog's named Duke, my dog named Duke, seems to be mostly done with the honking, thankfully. I think I had mentioned he had been still not a big fan of this camera angle. He'd been having this weird honking, barking cough, and if you look it up, tracheal collapse is one of the most common. I was really afraid of that because Chihuahuas are prone to that. Infection, just like a general purpose, like a cold or like some sort of respiratory infection, or just an irritated throat, but that could include allergies, which he does seem prone to. He's pretty just coughy, sneezy dog in general, as is Daisy. They seem sensitive to dust and hair and like themselves and each other and me. In any event, he had this like weird. I think his throat was just irritated, but I think it's self-corrected. He seems to be okay now, but I'm glad he's okay. I'm also glad I didn't spend however many $100 at the vet because he is okay. Though as they both get older, that spot pet insurance that my job offers, but it's for an additional fee, I think about it. Open enrollment period's coming. No, I don't think you have to wait for open enrollment. I think you can get it at any time. And Luna, little Luna, has been exploring the whole house. I'm really glad that especially if it's going to get colder at night, and I don't want her, I want her to know she's welcome to be in the room where the heater is going to be, because I do use space heaters, because my furnace is still broken. And her little cream-colored face. I love Luna. She's such a sweetie. And I'm just glad she's slowly, again, feeling comfortable with the whole house. She still acts like everyone's chasing her, no matter how far away we are from her. If you make eye contact, suddenly she'll bolt. But yeah. Speaking of back to dogs, I almost bought a Chihuahua out of a rolling cooler for $300. Like literally, it was a puppy. Oh my god, it was a puppy. It was so cute. I absolutely am not prepared for a puppy. I don't know what I would have been thinking. My house is not puppy proof at all. But I wanted it. I really wanted it. It was, me still thinking the camera's over there. Right. Adjusting my mic and everything. But yeah, no, this was yesterday, and this is at a West. I forgot about it. I would have mentioned it yesterday, in yesterday's episode. But no, I bought it. I'm sorry, I did not buy it. Not to mention, okay, I have 2 dogs, 2 cats, a fish. Used to have chickens, I don't anymore. Everyone still thinks I have chickens, but I don't. But I have a menagerie. I have legitimately enough mouths to feed, enough health scares to worry about. I don't need another pet. And yet I really wanted him. He was so cute. He was just little, like he really was. I mean, he was a puppy, but he was like teacup size, like Chihuahua. And I was like, and then he could like grow up and learn from Duke and Daisy. But I don't think they would have been thrilled with him. That being said, when one of them passes on, I will get a dog almost immediately, and I would hope they would acclimate and learn to get along with, I don't know, we'll see. Whoever goes first, the other one's going to be distraught. Duke and Davy are a package deal. That was very much clear. Need someone, it was an emergency, need someone, like basically tonight, and you have to take both of them. And I did. Same thing with Karma. It was like this emergency, like you have to come get her now. There's something about her picture. But I think she is genuinely my last cat. Like Luna wasn't intended to be my pet, but she is. I mean, I have such a weird, and I feel bad that because I don't fully feel like she's my pet, she doesn't fully act like my. I don't know how to describe it, but we're both standoffish. But I don't want to be anymore, and I try not to be. Once I realized she was abandoned, I tried to reshape our relationship, but she's. I don't know, like many of us, she's been informed by her experiences. Oh, I am sorry. I did a lot of talking about the deaf community yesterday, but I don't think it's my place to say. Trey Reed, this is the gentleman found hanging from a tree on his campus in Mississippi. His body is at the medical examiner's office. They said 24 to 48 hours. It is now, as of this reporting, about 24 hours, so there should be medical results tomorrow. Ben Crump has been hired by the family. The police have confirmed there's video footage, but they won't release it. They told the family at one point, at least one family member is saying that they told the family that he was found in his dorm, but then they changed their story, and now there's video, but again, they won't release it. Ben Crump is demanding the video and an independent autopsy, the right to an independent autopsy. Meanwhile, our absolute, even though we're not doing really that series anymore, our absolute villain of the day is J.J. Lawhorn, a musician who wrote a song called Sundown Town. Like, try that in a small town, wasn't specific enough, so he literally just wrote a song called Sundown Town. It's there on all the streaming platforms because that's an okay thing to sing about. That's what free speech, that's who free speech is for. Yeah, a clip of Trump saying he's signing an executive order to protect free speech is going viral for obvious reasons. I don't know, did I fully articulate? I'm gonna let this play out. We're still listening to Noothgrush. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, did I fully articulate the South Park conspiracy? So, what was the conspiracy theory is that Matt and Trey Parker. Okay, so they put out a thing saying that this week's episode is going to be delayed, or maybe there's not even going to be an episode until next week. They said, "Oops, our bad." The precedent for this is they've gotten behind before. They literally used to do it like cut and paste animation, and then at least they do it with computers now, but it's still muchly just them doing it. I mean, animation is pretty simplistic and crude, and they can do it by themselves in a weekend, but they have done whole episodes in a weekend. They've recut whole episodes in 48 hours or 24 hours. But then the precedent for them... Oh, and then so that's what they're claiming, but the conspiracy theory is that some fans are floating is that they did an episode, it somehow included something about Mr. K, and Paramount rejected it, and then so that the sorry this episode's just taking longer than usual is just a way to kind of save face. I mean, they're going to have to now include the Kimmel, but how? It's going to be interesting. Everyone's eyes will be on the next episode of South Park. Like I said, everyone's talking about cancel Disney, Hulu, ESPN, etc. Minus the Bear posted a video of Jimmy Kimmel introducing them in 2008. a lot of people just shouting out their support for Jimmy Kimmel, their support for Jimmy Kimmel and Stephen Colbert, talking about how it really is, like shouting out their concern for Jimmy Fallon, saying it really is like a purging in a weird way. A lot of people talking about comedians. Do I have this one? This will give you a good example of what this show, this format. It's mostly going to be audio because, I guess theoretically, actually, let's see. Oh, I'm sorry. I want to talk about Onyx Cornish, an individual I just found out about who was, content warning, gun violence, shot by their own family member along with their cat and wrapped in a pride flag, apparently just for their existence. Okay, this is an example. I like this take, and this user's name is Meg Arcadia.
Dave Chappelle, to the front of the class, boys. Okay, you guys have spent the last decade of your respective careers speaking out against cancel culture because college campuses wouldn't allow you to speak hate speech on stage for money anymore without critiquing that to some degree. But now, what you were scared of is happening. What you were scared of, right? Which is that cancel culture would lead to limitations on free speech for comedians specifically. And Jimmy Kimmel literally didn't even offer that much of a comedic reflection on what's going on with Charlie Kirk. He literally said, this is what happened to Charlie Kirk. This is how this administration responded to it. That's what's going on. Isn't that something? And then the FCC, so Trump's administration, threatened ABC, and ABC immediately turned around and fired Jimmy Kimmel without even a conversation.
He's not fired. Again, he's not fired or canceled. It's indefinite hiatus, but it's a nuance, but it is an important nuance.
You need to come out now. You need to come out with the full weight of your privilege and your platform and your industry expertise and the full weight of your comedic talent and your brains as writers and as performers to stand up for Jimmy Kimmel. Otherwise, you make the woke libs on college campuses correct about you. In that it seems you don't actually care about free speech and cancel culture. You just want it to be hateful on stage for money. So, chop chop. Clock's ticking. We don't have a lot of time, boys. Get to it, okay? Every single time I want to take a break from this absent bullshit that I cannot bite my tongue about. Hey, Jerry Seinfeld.
Okay, so that's the kind of thing. So, I guess rather than me taking notes and summarizing some content, which I have to a certain extent, I've got my whole stack of notes and I've got my more mainstream news sources in my phone, and we will get to all of that as per usual. But I also did a bunch of screen sharing because I thought, how about just letting people speak their own perspectives in their own voices? And I was like, I like that idea. This one's unverified but probably true. Dozens of stations to air a Charlie Kirk tribute on Friday at 11:35 in Jimmy Kimmel's time slot. This actually, so everyone know, it's interesting. The boycott is Disney, ESPN, Hulu, because they're the one who caved. But Sinclair Broadcasting, I don't hear anyone saying Sinclair Broadcasting. Speaking of Luna, Sinclair Broadcasting, but they're the ones who demanded it. I'm confused between Sinclair and Nexstar, and again, they're all, first of all, didn't Disney sell Hulu, or I'm confused there, but people are definitely, have their feelings in the comment section. In fact, someone just commented on one. Well, comments are turned off on some Disney things and some Hulu things, but not others. On one comment section that was open, the top comment was, "No Jimmy, no Hulu." People are literally posting videos of themselves, like calling Hulu and like talking to the representatives. Again, for some reason, Hulu seems to bear the brunt of it. And then people are posting their like canceled Disney. I'm saving $15.99, and then it's like combined with that JetBlue holiday just because of the save £50 because it just goes with that because they're like, this is how much I'm going to save a month by canceling my Disney. And for me, it's just more a matter of not playing the Disney records I already own for the time being. I am not formally, despite my ears, formally and officially a Disney adult. I actually find them a lot cringy. And also, even if I had the funds, because they just seem to have endless funds to like, I mean, Disney shit is expensive. And like they aspire to like join clubs where it gets even more expensive, like thousands and thousands and thousands, like that 33 club. None of that is of interest to me at all. I just like some of the music, and I think they've pretty consistently put out banger musicals from like the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000s, all the way on up to today. I think they are good with music. They hire good people. That's what I like mostly about Disney. I've only been to the theme park once, but when I went to LA, of all the things I could do in Southern California, I did prioritize going to Disney. So I guess I do care that much. Oh, okay. I have another video to play. I didn't. I wouldn't have any way to organize these anyway. Oh.
Trump wants to control what you see on TV through a state media propaganda outlet, and it's coming to fruition. You may have seen today that Jimmy Kimmel has been pulled off the air after making comments about Charlie Kirk. This was the plan all along for Trump to silence who he sees as political enemies. I want to connect the dots for you in this scary situation. To understand how this is coming to fruition, we have to start with the major news networks. Paramount fired Stephen Colbert to appease Donald Trump and to allow a merger with Skydance to take place. Now, Skydance was owned by David Ellison, and now he serves as the head of CBS. Now, David Ellison is the son of Larry Ellison, who is a Trump loyalist and one of the richest men in the world. He briefly surpassed Musk in wealth this past week. Larry Ellison is also the founder of Oracle, and Donald Trump plans to give Oracle TikTok on a silver platter. And now Paramount, which owns CBS, also is looking to buy Warner Brothers Discovery, which owns CNN. Now Rupert Murdoch's son, Lachlan, just bought out his siblings for $3.3 billion to ensure that he continues to have creative direction and ownership over Fox News Corporation. And it doesn't stop there. Dominoes started falling today for Kimmel when the president of Nexstar announced that they would be pulling Kimmel off of all their stations broadcasting. This shouldn't come as a surprise because Nexstar wants to merge with Tegna, creating one of the largest media outlets in the United States. Nexstar's president and CEO is friends with Donald Trump. And Donald Trump approves of this merger. If this Nexstar-Tegna merger is approved for $6.2 billion, it will destroy 4 decades of precedent related to bipartisan support and no one media company having access to that many American households. If this merger goes through, this new company will own 265 TV stations across 44 states in the District of Columbia. They will move from owning 39% of American households to 80%. In some cities like St. Louis, this new company will own all 3 of the local TV station affiliates. Now, ABC is owned by Disney, and Disney has traditionally been very liberal. However, they've proven time and time again recently they're willing to roll over for Donald Trump. Donald Trump wants to control...
So again, people keep saying Sinclair, but Nexstar and then Tegna I've never even heard of. But it sounds like they would own 80%, and then Sinclair would, who is also right wing, would own the other 20%, presumably. So there would be no local television programming that wasn't conservative owned. But Hulu show called High Potential had the comments off, but something else. Maybe that was just because their people were roasting the show, not necessarily. Those comments could have been turned off even before the political thing happened. This is Born Against. I'm not sure what I'm going to play. This is something by Born Against. I'll let you know in a second. Oh, I think this is Organ of Hope. Probably followed by... probably followed by... Oh, no, okay. Yeah, Well-Fed Fuck. Oh my god. And then Mousetrap, if you don't know, Mousetrap is a content creator that posts like very clickbaity things. So recently one they posted was that Disney announced a one-child policy, speaking of Disney adults, basically effectively banning Disney adults, saying you had to have a child with you to go to Disney, which I almost feel like would be a good idea. Or they should have a family-only days. I actually do think, they're kidding, but actually some of their other ideas are even more outlandish than that. And some of them just do goofy things like post footage from that Labubu theme park that's in China, I believe, and said, implying that Labubu is coming to Disney, which they absolutely are not. They're separate properties. This is Well-Fed Fuck. In any event, they added, so building on their, Disney has enacted a one-child policy. They're not saying you can rent a child, which is, I'm like, this is so wrong. That will end well, but again, pretty consistent. It's a parody account, but pretty consistent in the comments. People think it's real, and that's kind of the funny part. Well, as funny as their parodies are, the funny part is people in the comments thinking it's real. The funniest part is people in the comments thinking it's real. And then someone, I don't have a video of this. Do you understand the people who aren't willing to, for instance, give up a streaming service? Do you understand the stakes? Like we could all lose a lot more than a streaming service. But again, everyone's talking about Hulu. I don't hear people talking about Sinclair, Nexstar. Those are the real positions. Also, the Nexstar letter is wild because they speak for everyone in the markets that they serve, and they seem confident. I mean, if I were in those markets, I would be pretty mad. But we don't think that his comments speak to the values of the markets that we serve. Like everyone that you believe you speak, but you believe you do. You can speak for everyone in the markets that you serve. Got it. Have another video or audio at least for you. So I was about to explain it, but why explain it if I can go ahead and just play it? name. Oh, okay. I found the video I was looking for. Okay. Starbucks caught lying to Fox News to cover their asses. I'm going to go ahead and pull the video from Dave Norton. Wait, hold on.
Woman who walks inside of a Starbucks and asks Charlie Kirk's favorite drink, and then asks for Charlie Kirk's name to be written on the side of the drink. This video, however, is not about Charlie Kirk. It's about Starbucks lying to the public about. Watch a video of a woman who walks inside of a Starbucks and asks Charlie Kirk's favorite drink, and then asks for Charlie Kirk's name to be written on the side of the drink. This video, however, is not about Charlie Kirk. It's about Starbucks lying to the public about their policy about not writing slang, political, or public figures' names on their cups, and throwing their own baristas under the bus.
The name is Charlie Kirk.
We can't do political names, but it didn't even ask for a name to begin with, so it's going to be $3.75, okay?
Oh, but can you write the name on the cup?
The sticker won't print.
Oh, you can't write on it?
I could, but I can write Charlie.
Why can't you write the whole name?
This story, of course, is made for Fox News, so Fox News covers it. They reach out to Starbucks. They say, hey, what's up with this? Starbucks says, we have no such policy. That barista isn't telling the truth. Well, it turns out that she is, and they do have a policy, and the Starbucks Workers Union has a list of demands that they'd like to see be addressed by Starbucks. 1, set the record straight. Admit that, in fact, they do have such a policy, and the barista was not lying. 2, keep workers safe, prevent them from being doxxed, close down stores that are in danger of anything bad happening. And 3, end mandatory writing on cups. It's caused nothing but trouble, according to the workers. If you're a Starbucks or bust kind of coffee drinker, I highly suggest that you check to see if there's a unionized shop near you.
I guess
and
there's
to
an app or
patronize them.
website.
And if there is not, please, instead, support local coffee shops. In a second, you're going to watch a video of a woman who walks inside.
Yeah, so, no, everything he just said. I guess my dog's outside. Daisy's a dipshit. Okay. That's on her. But no. Everything he just said. That they absolutely do have a policy that prevents political names, celebrity, basically no public figures. For reasons that should be obvious, but and you can tell the woman filming it knew exactly what she was doing too. Like this literally was created for Fox News. The Starbucks Workers Union is also suing Starbucks over the dress code. I'm going to put on some Iron Maiden, and then I am going to let my dog inside. This is where, no, this is The Trooper by Iron Maiden, off of Peace of Mind. Mic check, okay. Oh shit. People have feelings about folk singer Jesse Wells, who wrote a new song called Charlie. I'll let you guess what it's about. So Ebony Warrior was not fired; they resigned. But yeah, they were doxxed and lost their job as a teacher. Obama recently referenced the Jimmy Kimmel incident and said something about cancel culture. I hate that that's their language, but I learned the term consequence culture. I talk a lot. I don't even believe cancel culture exists unless it's for what they claimed was cancel culture was people experiencing consequences, like Jerry Seinfeld or Dave Chappelle. What they're doing now is true cancel culture, organized, brigaded. And not rooted in fact, not rooted in, it doesn't matter, I mean, again, Jimmy Kimmel, and I do have clips, I don't think I feel, let me try to find one that has an actual, his statement. I know I don't have the long version.
To take action, frankly, on Kimmel, or there's going to be additional work for the FCC ahead.
And here's the twist: even Tucker Carlson,
Tucker Carlson. Yeah, no, I'm not going to.
One of his jokes he made on last night's show.
We hit some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them, and doing everything they can to score political points from it. In between the finger pointing, there was grieving. On Friday, the White House flew the flags at half staff, which got some criticism. But on a human level, you can see how hard the president is taking this.
My condolences on the loss of your friend Charlie Kirk. May I ask, sir, personally, how are you holding up over the last day and a half, sir? I think very good.
So Nexstar released this statement. They are affiliated with this show and...
Yeah, no, one thing, while everyone and their grandmother is being canceled for not properly being sympathetic, others are observing they're just moving 100. I mean, yeah, no, I said, again, they installed Mrs. as head of the organization, CEO and chair. That seems very quick. I mean, that's, again, he's not even buried. I called it. He is, I believe, getting a state funeral, essentially. Anything to distract against Epstein.
Trump's own regime is Donald Trump wants new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them. And
Remember back in the day when the First Amendment was at the...
Okay, no, all right, that's... Okay, Arizona iced tea has issued a chocolate egg cream soda made in Brooklyn, no eggs, just cream. Just cream crafted from milk, seltzer, and chocolate syrup. I'm neither mad. I'm not mad.
Terms from Spotify. This is like.
Okay.
Thanks to what Stephen Miller and J.D. Vance said the other day, the United States is now firmly in the 6th stage of the 7 steps towards authoritarianism, according to historians. Step 1 is delegitimizing people's faith in certain institutions like the courts, the media, elections.
This is Trevor's History Reel.
Which, by the way, is too much. An election could be won or lost with that. They're losing 30 and 40%. It's a fraud. Can you give us a question?
Elections. Delegitimizing people's faith in certain institutions
These are
like
the 7
the
steps
courts,
of authoritarianism.
the media, elections.
They're not losing 2%, 1%, which, by the way, is too much. An election could be won or lost with that. They're losing 30 and 40%. It's a fraud. Can you give us a question? I'm not going to give you a question. Can you stay kind of... You are fake news. Sir. Everything out. Take all of the dead people, and there were thousands of them. We have lists of, obituaries and stuff. If you take the illegal immigrants that voted, if you take this, if the Indians that got paid to vote in different places.
Stage 2 is
Quote unquote
polarizing
Indians
and
paid to vote.
scapegoating
He's
individuals.
obsessed. He's been.
In Springfield, they're eating the dogs. The people that came in, they're eating the cats. They're eating the pets. Indians that got paid to vote in different places.
Stage 2 is polarizing and scapegoating individuals.
In Springfield, they're eating the dogs. The people that came in, they're eating the cats. They're eating the pets. They're bringing drugs. They're bringing crime. They're rapists.
Step 3 is bending the laws to punish people that dissent against the government.
Bottom line here, what Donald Trump is doing with all of these lawsuits is he is underscoring that there is reputational risk to coming up against me, and there is deep financial risk. You better have some deep pockets if you take a position that of which I'm on the other side. And
Stage 4 is weaponizing state power, like the National Guard, the military, the Department of Justice.
He said St. Louis is in big trouble.
That's what President Trump said on Tuesday after fielding questions about which cities he may send the National Guard into next. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem posting these videos from ICE arrests in Elgin this morning, saying she's on the ground to make it clear the department isn't backing down.
It'll unfreeze. Give me a second.
Stage 5 is curtailing freedoms, in particular freedom of speech.
And what the penalty is going to be, if you burn a flag, you get 1 year in jail.
We will absolutely target you, go after you.
One of your allies say hate speech is free speech. They'll probably go after people like you.
Stage 6, eliminate the opposition.
With God as my witness, we're going to use every resource we have.
Okay, how am I giving myself a thumbs up? That's so weird.
To identify, disrupt, dismantle, and destroy these networks and make America safe against the American
Someone
people.
has...
it is a statistical fact that most of the lunatics in American politics today are proud members of the far left.
And Stage 7 is consolidating power in a one-party rule, controlling the executive, legislative, judicial, and the press. Folks, spread this video with as many people as possible because we are only one step away from authoritarianism in the United States. Consider yourself updated.
Hey, Jerry Seinfeld, Dave Chappelle, to the... But you just said it's 40%.
Hello. Watch a video of a woman who walks inside.
president of... I didn't have to say...
I can confirm that.
Page 6.
Okay, all right, I'm still...
This decision came after senior executives at ABC, Disney, and affiliates convened emergency...
But you just said...
Watch a video.
Mark Maron has thoughts.
Jimmy Kimmel has been muzzled and taken off the air by his network ABC, who are buckling to and trying to appease the Nexstar media conglomerate, who have a lot of affiliates, and they threaten to preempt him at the suggestion of the SEC chair. This is government censorship. This is the Trump administration coming after people who speak out against him. This is the end of it. If you have any concern or belief in real freedom or the Constitution and free speech, this is it. This is the deciding moment. This is what authoritarianism looks like right now. In this country, it's happening. So if you're a free speech warrior or you really talk the talk about protecting free speech, this isn't about saying the R word or the T word or any of that. This is government censorship. This isn't fucking Twitter. This isn't people getting canceled because of a cultural pile-on. This is the United States government silencing voices that they disagree with. FCC Chair Carr put this out. This is his directive. This is the U.S. government. Look, if they can come for Kimmel, they can come for anybody. This is happening. It's time to act. Figure it out. Find a way. Come together. Push back. Because if this goes, it's over. It's over. It's happening. Jimmy Kimmel.
What do you think Martin Luther King Jr. would say about a nation?
meetings during which multiple execs felt that Kimmel had not actually said anything over the line, but the threat of Trump administration retaliation loomed. As one source at ABC put it, they were pissing themselves all...
Oh my God.
On the bright side, that proves Disney is number one.
They're killing.
Okay.
Walt Disney would be real pissed off right now. They're not protecting his vision. They're killing it. Walt Disney would be real pissed off right now.
So,
Shortly
I didn't
after
catch
Carr
the name,
makes
sorry.
his statements
This
about
is Stephen
ABC,
Colbert,
Kimmel gets yanked off the air.
who again
This
has been
decision came after senior
canceled
executives
by
at ABC,
Paramount, but not until
Disney,
May of
and
2026,
affiliates
which is why he's still on the air.
convened
But
emergency
that's
meetings during
confusing to
which
some
multiple
people.
execs felt that Kimmel had not actually said anything over the line, but the threat of Trump administration retaliation loomed. As one source at ABC put it, they were pissing themselves all day. On the bright side, that proves Disney is number one in streaming. Now, this may seem bad, but Carr was quick to reassure everyone, posting, "While this may be an unprecedented decision, it is important for broadcasters to push back on Disney programming that they determine falls short of community values." Well, you know what my community values are, Buster? Freedom of speech. as Alexander Hamilton called it, Hakuna Matata. People across the country are shocked by this blatant assault on the freedom of speech. Connecticut Senator Chris Murphy posted this video of himself.
Stephen Colbert is gone. Jimmy Kimmel is gone.
He's walked off the set.
He told me I was gone. I thought I could go. Shortly after Carr makes his statements about ABC.
Back to Mr. One of the things people keep saying is, in addition to not the time, so again, that Washington Post journalist who, actually this is semi-verified, I did not see the post for myself, but who allegedly got fired essentially just for posting a direct quote on their social media. But then the other thing people are saying is out of context, and then I didn't write down the creator's name, and there might be a video, but I don't think I do have a video of this one, where they basically explain how they went to the TPUSA website, and right there on the Get Involved page, they say that their purpose is to eliminate wokeism, not free speech, not the spirit of intellectual debate, but to eliminate wokeism. But then again, obviously, many people that's a perfectly valid objective. This is 2468 Rock and Roll by Moto off of Raw Power. Okay, here's the weird thing. People continue to speculate about the text. No one believes they're real. People are now making jokes and memes. If they ever show you texts from me that say squad car or old man, I didn't write those. Yeah, someone wrote, this feels like Gen X, and someone else wrote, I'm Gen X and I don't write like this, which is true. I'm Gen X and I've never called anyone's old man in my life. Boomer, if not greatest, someone really struggling to have any clue what, but again, why are we speculating? He's alive, right? Right? And he presumably has legal representation. Why could this could easily be proven or disproven? Let me see if I can find the clip.
I did a little social experiment this week. On my page,
did I say Sen
I went to an ATM and I pointed
dismantling
at it.
linguistic
I said,
oppression.
Real quick question, don't overthink it. What is this?
That is the title of the lecture. Dismantling
On my
linguistic
page,
oppression.
It was very simple.
Sorry.
I went to an ATM. I did a little social experiment this week. On my page, it was very simple. I went to an ATM and I pointed at it. I said, real quick question, don't overthink it. What is this? More specifically, what do you call it? That's it. Okay? Now we're going to try this. What is this? What do you call it? See how you did that? Okay. Nobody said it's a mic. But I don't call it a microphone because the people who call it a microphone, I really judge them for thinking that they even call it this. Whoa, 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 whoa. I just asked you, what is it? And what do you call it? It's an ATM. But I don't call it an ATM machine because that's redundant. I judge people who say ATM machine. It's like people who say PIN number when number's right there in the word. You're saying ATM machine, that's machine twice. I ask you none of that. But you're busy trying to jump the lead. You that one. You think you know what a lesson about to be, so you skip ahead because you want to be the know-it-all. You want to tell somebody, oh, I know how this ends. The butler did it. Why do that, though? I didn't have to say, what do stupid people call this machine? You assumed that was the assignment, even though y'all know I don't do that kind of content. You couldn't help yourself. And that's the thing that they kept saying over and over again. I couldn't help myself. Some people in the comments saying, when I see grammatical errors, I'm aggressive enough to not say anything, but I do be thinking in my head. I can't help but judge. Did you know that the brain patterns of people who are grammar cops, the people who are sticklers, the people who have compulsive urges to correct, are comparable to those who have OCDs and ODD? And obsessive compulsive disorder and oppositional defiance disorder, the uncontrollable urge to just correct, because it's not correction that you're looking for, it's control. When you're in this space of constant correction and adjustments and finding some way to externalize an internal process to give you a sense of balance and normalcy. We can't say that we don't know that there's even a physiological element at work sometimes with why someone feels the compulsion to put you down, the compulsion to control you, the compulsion to check you, the compulsion to be contrary, the compulsion to tell you that what you're doing is wrong and don't even know by what standard. You don't even know all the grammar rules. You don't know when they've changed. People are still walking around saying you can't end a sentence with a preposition. That's been argued for generations. You got to update your bigotry. I mean, knowing what we know now what? I did a little social.
But no, I talk a lot on this channel about how I hate all forms of snobbery, but in particular grammar snobbery and language policing. And again, I love words. I love words, and I hate imprecise uses of words, especially insincere, imprecise uses of words, which is a lot of what people on the right are doing right now. But I also, again, grammar policing for its own sake, as he just explained, has a root in something, control, and then the other piece of it is literally its proximity to supremacy, to white supremacy. This is Pushing the Extreme by the Wipers. I guess the other story that people were talking about is, let me see if I can find the video. Apparently, Billie Eilish and Mark Ruffalo's names, that's like photographic evidence, like can confirm, written on IDF bombs to drop on Gaza. They've been known to write the names of outspoken critics in the past.
I've met just my partners down in the emergency room who are working absolutely tirelessly to stabilize these folks so they can survive to surgery. Have reported to me that 2 days ago they lost 6 children under 12 to single shots to the head. This is worse than anything I've ever seen. The scale of destruction is something that I couldn't even comprehend before I got here. There is no more room. Everyone is living in tents. Somehow they manage to, the Palestinians are incredible. Somehow they manage to keep water, trucks running, garbage trucks running. They're doing everything they can to maintain their society. But it's getting harder and harder every day.
And the other top story, of course, is Trump saying that that he's going to declare Antifa a terrorist organization. The issue being Antifa is not an organization. There is no Antifa is a term that's existed since before Donald Trump was born and used internationally. It's not an organization in a traditional sense, but this parody is pretty funny.
President of Antifa, I'm sorry to announce, they will need to shut down the whole organization. Now that we've been labeled a major terrorist organization, we have no choice but to cease operations. I just can't handle this kind of heat, especially in Q3 of the fiscal. You should soon be receiving a message to your @antifa.com email address that explains all of the details, but here's a quick rundown. Unfortunately, all employees will need to be terminated from the Antifa organization. If you have any personal effects or mementos at your desk at Antifa headquarters, please pick them up by the end of the week. You can leave your Antifa ID card at the security desk, but there are also instructions in the email for how to mail it in. I'll be going first thing Saturday morning to shut off the lights and turn off the sign outside the building. Unfortunately, this also means the cancellation of all Antifa company activities. This includes next month's company retreat in the Poconos, the Antifa bake sale, and the burning down of the Wichita, Kansas police headquarters. If you are a member of the Antifa softball team, we have paid all league dues through the rest of the year already, so you can continue to participate in games if you would like. Team captain Hassan Piker has agreed to stay on and man first base. All your Antifa medical benefits will still be good through the end of November. What began as a small startup radical leftist organization just a decade ago has blossomed into a family. I'll cherish the relationships we've built as we've scared conservatives across the country. While it's certainly a sad day, I'm hoping you all will take the values we've cultivated here at Antifa and bring them to whatever's next in your life. And I'd be happy to write a letter of recommendation for any of you. But for now, we must say goodbye to Antifa. But thank you for your service. God bless America. Hi, I'm the president of
But I mean, that's comical. But really, Stephen Miller and others saying they're going after Antifa, and again, Antifa is just whoever they say it is. So that's not so funny. Like that could have real consequences. That will have real consequences. Okay, the story kind of went away, but the Trump hand bruising speculation, I said at the time, I think they're more than happy to talk about it. He's happy to talk about anything that's about him, but not the Epstein files. But I also said at the time, it's ageism. I continue to have a thing on my leg that won't heal. As you get older, your skin behaves differently. It retains water and collagen differently, and you bruise more easily, and they last longer. I'm experiencing this myself. So all the things wrong with Trump, again, I don't know. Can we leave his bruising alone? Because it's a normal. It is just a normal part of aging. Am I doing this now? Am I doing the deep dive into the Groypers? Is it? Am I imagining? Was that real? That Oh, just for whoever might need this, a person who, you may never, I'd never heard this term, the term malicious contrarian, which is so, we were just talking about ODD, is someone who disagrees with social consensus for the sake of it, just for attention and or to advance their own, but it's someone who just disagrees, again, the ongoing discourse around Dean Withers, his threat that you're pushing me to the right, which someone just described as his coming out as literally having been the, claimed to be like his worst enemy. He basically is now just auditioning to be the next Charlie Kirk, which sounds about right. Yeah, but no, malicious contrarian, that... Speaking of that seems to describe some people I can think of. But also just dude bro debaters, just the notion that dude bro debaters, it's always about serving their own channel and brand. It's never about quote unquote intellectual honesty. Karma chameleon. Thank you. Hi. It wasn't really an invitation, but yeah, you're welcome here. She moved on. But okay, we're going to talk a little bit about the Groypers, because we're talking about shit posting. We're going to have, again, 4chan, 8kun, Reddit, all of it. This is Not My Fault by Renee Rapp featuring Megan Thee Stallion off of the Mean Girls soundtrack. Actually, yes, no, that is what I'm playing, and then I'm going to play something else off of this soundtrack, but I'm not sure what.
It's not my fault. You give it her, she not leaving me. It's not my fault. You gotta take away for free. It's not my fault. You like it with me. It's not my fault. You like it love with me. You like it love with me. She comes, she with them, where she from? She's this, she's that. She's a black bitch, got my run. She's bad, hair back, bitch, how you done? Excuse me, really, but not done.
I think I'm going to dye my hair and cut my hair this weekend. If I do, I will, as always, post videos, because I'm having streaming my whole life. Actually, I've never done a live haircut. Ooh. Oh, wait, yes, I have. I did live drunk haircut. That one time, that was fun. Though the result was not as I would have hoped. Lessons learned. But, understanding the Groypers, and again, as soon as I say Nick Fuentes, you're like, oh, and yeah, did Milo Yiannopoulos announce his quote-unquote unretirement? Well, again, everyone's coming out of the woodwork to be the next Mr. K, though I think that position has been filled by Mrs. like in love with me. I'm like in love with you too, Karma. This someone gets hurt. That was easy. Probably followed by Revenge Party and World Burn. Hi, boo.
Yes, I queen, that's what you say. I expect from me, but it's so sad. Wasted, you use me. It's all the sex.
So Groypers are a loose community of disaffected youth, some of whom view themselves as political. Many, or most, I would say, actually view themselves as apolitical, not realizing that they're actually being manipulated by someone like Nick Fuentes to celebrate how allegedly apolitical they are. They call themselves like members of Kekistan. Pepe the Frog was co-opted, and again, Spencer, whoever created Pepe, never authorized. Tried to have a whole campaign to take Pepe back, but it wasn't ever very successful. And then he finally just had to kill Pepe off. And then maybe brought Pepe back, but still, that's rough when someone takes their thing and turns it into something else. And because you didn't copyright it, they can. Yeah, but I guess Nick Fuentes had an air of, remember, he actually went to dinner with Trump at Mar-a-Lago with Yee that one time. Nick Fuentes and Ian Mayanopoulos both worked for Yee's presidential campaign in 2022. It was real. They really were they were spending their days trying to get him on ballots and whatnot. But I guess Nick finally lost his last vestiges of mainstream respectability when he said "Your body, our choice" on a live stream. Then got doxxed. This is all unconfirmed, actually. Yeah, but I know. Why a Body and Not, I think, is the content creator who broke this down. But yeah, in the early 2000s, there was just 4chan. It was kind of like internet's basement where you could just say whatever the hell you want anonymously. Internet's basement with infinite square footage. Around the time of 8chan, that's when you got QAnon, that's where that got started, and then 8kun is where you get Kekistan. There is evidence that the shooter did participate in 4chan and those kind of things. Apparently wore a Pepe the Frog costume for Halloween, but I couldn't find a picture, or I couldn't find legitimate confirmation of that other than social media posts. I'm sorry. I don't know about Pepe the Frog costume. No, I guess that's what was rumored. What I did find was of him in a tracksuit doing a Slav squat similar to a very famous meme of Pepe. In fact, if you see him and the meme side by side, it's almost impossible that it's not it is intentional, but it wasn't. I guess that's what. I guess that's a Pepe costume. But I was picturing something with like a frog's head or whatever. But no, I guess a Pepe costume. It was. But also someone else could say that's just a tracksuit. Slav squat being a whole separate, arguably racist, but racist against Europeans is what exactly? But yeah, biased that in certain Eastern European countries, there's a certain way they like to squat, especially just when they're hanging out in ways that we don't, in groups, but also in photographs. It is a thing, but also it's a meme, and the meme-ification of someone else's legitimate culture to me always comes off as biased and ignorant. And then so just that, even that phrase, quote-unquote, Slav squat, comes from the same circles of 4chan, 8chan, Reddit, etc. These are world barons. Oh, and then just as a perfect example of how things filter up from again the basement, the lowest, most. I'll just say anything because it's anonymous and I can. And I literally, it's not, yeah, I've been on Reddit, or I'm going to hell for this. I know, I've been on, I used to, I don't expose myself to that anymore, but I wanted to know for myself. Like, I've been studying this for, I would say probably 2010 or 11, like, yeah, before, yeah, no, I don't know, I can place it exactly. When I personally had interactions with Proud Boys at a May Day event and realized, you go, Glenn Coco,
Thanks for being such a great best friend.
we're still in an event play, this is not World Burn. But no, okay, so Etymology Nerd explains exactly how things bubble up from the basement into, usually through gamer culture, into mainstream usage without realizing that you are promoting, or, I mean, at that point it may no longer be racist or sexist or homophobic content, but it references it and it is still attached to it. And let me explain. So the term slop, and we're going to talk about AI as well, as I often do, but we're still talking about other things. Slop it describes crappy AI-generated content, whether it's art or video games, but specifically in the video game world, slop. However, as a suffix, it is emerged. Its usage has emerged as a suffix. So friend slop. It defines a certain type of game where you're basically, it's just like, you know, I think there's like romantic partner games like Tax Haven 3000 or whatever. Retro slop is a certain type of like Roblox character fail that tries to like emulate a retro style but not successfully. The original slop, though, again, going all the way back to like 8kun or whatever, is, and I'm not going to say the slur, but it's an anti-Jewish slur, G-O-Y slop. But so again, this term, and the conspiracy theorists attached to it. So apparently, of all the things the Jews are running, they're running school lunches, which was defined like a literal slur slop. And then, of course, as we already know, well, if you know nothing about the Groypers, and again, the Groypers are much less concerned with I would say, than other parts of the right-wing sphere with any kind of sexuality. Like, it's weird, again, because they're gamers, they're kind of faux opening, and again, because they're fake apolitical, they'll make all the slurs and jokes and T-slur and F-slur and F-word and all the F-slur, all that, but they'll also welcome in, because again, Uru is like a furry, they welcome in, and the people of gay, furry, other communities absolutely participate because they don't, again, because they see themselves and the group as apolitical. But anti-Semitism is deeply rooted in anti-blackness and people of colorness is deeply rooted into it. This is Stray Cat Strut performed by Bridge City Sinners. Oh, I wonder, no, so I think the name I used for the previous episode was uniquely, I'm actually going to start that again, because that was the wrong speed. Oh, that's weird. I'm used to track 13 always being Taylor Swift, and in addition to Disney, Taylor's on my I'm not playing list for now. I don't know what will change. Messing with the Boys posturing was the final straw for me. She's picked her team. And that team does do a moment of silence for Charlie Cook. Stray Cat Strut performed the Bridge City Sinners. No, it was an absolutely appropriate replacement for Taylor Swift. But another example that I fell for myself, I did not, so I remember saying to someone, blah, 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 something, prove me wrong, and they were like, don't say that, that's that conservative guy. And I knew it from a meme, and then when I actually went back and looked at the meme, I was like, oh, that is him. And him being Mr. K, with his tents and his boots and all that, I didn't actually know. I mean, I knew, like I said, I've been studying this for like a decade and a half. I knew who Turning Point USA was. I knew who he was, but I didn't realize what he became famous for. And if someone really broke it down, a couple of things. One, he could debate professors at any time, but he doesn't. He debates 18 and 19-year-old undergrads. He goes to a college campus. He sets up a booth. He debates them for 3 hours. He has someone edit out all the bad parts, or the parts that don't make him look smug, because apparently that's a goal. We will not be playing I Want to Be Like You, because ban on Disney. Mosh pit on Disney. Yeah, no more mosh pits on Disney. So Soul Glow is the band attributed with the first mosh pit at the Tiny Desk concert, but I want to know that I forgot that. I wish I had I caught that it occurred, but I didn't catch it. Scroll it's one of the, you know how Instagram jumps on you and then you'll never find that content again. It was some band and someone did the first Tiny Desk stage dive, aka desk dive, and I was like, oh, that's amazing. This is Rockaway Beach by the Ramones off of It's Alive. It's alive! Weird science. But yeah, no, that meme, say a statement, a provocative or controversial statement, followed up with, prove me wrong. It had become mainstreamed at that time, and I hadn't realized, I hadn't caught it. And then once it was pointed out to me, you're promoting that. So, yeah, hopefully I will remember in the future. And again, I don't think calling AI content slop. And shout out to that content creator, I didn't catch her name, who's just posting videos of literally how she reached out to people for commissions, this was verified by People magazine. Yes, Trump really did say that 300 million people died from drug overdoses last year. For reference, there are 327 million people in the United States. That would be 90% of the U.S. population. And then there's someone was a funny parody video about that. And then, it was actually reported by People, only 62 million deaths globally from drug overdoses. Can we all agree, including People, 62 million deaths from drug overdoses is a lot, not only, and let's not minimize just because it's not as exaggerated as Trump said, and continue to imply that the 300 million is all in the United States, but I don't have confirmed that he said that. Teenage lobotomy. Yeah, Antifa is whatever we say it is. Mental health is whatever we say it is. And we're not consulting doctors. That won't be the criteria. Got a couple more videos for you. Okay, Bitstreet Boop.
Again, Ramones, It's Alive. Generation Hate, but I feel about this. Big keep up. Hey ho, let's go. Get them in the rock road. What they want, I don't know. All revved up and ready to go. Falling in a straight line. Going to tight one. Just a little damn run. Big keep up. Falling in the rock road. Get them in the straight line. Concentrate to the backbeat, a big big bop. Hey, huh, let's go, shoot them in the rock row. What they want, I don't know, all revved up and ready to go. Fire in a straight line, going to a tight one. Losing their minds and pop. Fire in the backseat, generator CH. Pulsate that big buck. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Now I want to be with you. Okay, we're not. I mean, I could play this entire record. This doesn't count because it's a live record and practically exists as their first greatest hits record. But yeah, what's a record you can play all the way through? Can we just say live records don't count just because they often are? Live records and greatest hits automatically disqualify. Well, no, not live. A live record made up completely of deep B cuts of an artist that aren't otherwise available on vinyl would be an excellent choice of like what's a album that you can listen to all the way through if it's sincere and that's what you would do. But yeah, a live album that basically serves as a greatest hits, especially when it's mastered in a way that it doesn't even sound live, like it sounds like a note for note of the original versions because they either play that way or it's engineered that way. Play some Motley Crue. I'm going to play Girls, 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 followed by Dancing on Glass. Dancing on Glass. Followed by No No.
This is also an album I can listen to. First, I can't speak for everyone, but I can listen to it all the way through at any time. I used to listen to this on cassette on my way to middle school. When I was discovering that music was a private world I could retreat into that no one could take away from me, no matter how horrible the real world was, which has been a through line and constant in my life. I love your music. Shout out to music. Pour some out for music. Oh, I'm turning everything down because the last episode was pretty hot. Turning everything down. As promised, a couple more videos. I don't think that I don't in a dollhouse, but speaking of, we're about to talk about Portland, but if we're talking about strip clubs, Union Jacks. And then what's the one that Courtney Love worked at? What's the name of the strip club in Portland that Courtney Love worked at? Mary's Club. I actually was in Mary's Club, and I was like, oh, that's right, it's a strip club. I just wanted a drink, and I was just, yeah, anyway. I only went to Mary's Club once, and it was by accident. I'm not a strip club patron by choice. I have been to strip clubs, mostly in Santa Fe because other people wanted to go to them, and then I bartended in a strip club very, very, very briefly, but I learned a lot. Ask me anything.
Share an important update about the Immigration and Customs Enforcement Facility in Southwest Portland.
Sorry.
Following a formal 40%. Hello, I'm Keith Wilson, Portland's mayor. I'm here to share an important update about the Immigration and Customs Enforcement Facility in Southwest Portland. Following a formal investigation into the facility's detention practices, the City of Portland will soon issue a notice of land use violation. Federal records show that ICE violated its land use conditions of approval 25 times in 10 months by detaining people for more than 12 hours or keeping them overnight. I'm here to thank our community for shining a light on these concerns and to thank our
Thanking
staff for
protesters.
a thorough and thoughtful
Imagine that.
review. I want to be clear about what
And
this
referring to them as your community,
This
not
is just one step in a formal
Antifa.
process. The outcome is not a foregone conclusion, and the federal government will be given an opportunity to respond. However, we must remember, this review was triggered by the federal government's breaking promises to our community regarding the detention of human beings. Whatever comes of this process, I hope you will join me in celebrating and supporting Portland's immigrant community and standing in solidarity with all those who've been impacted by the actions of the federal government in recent days. I owe a special thank you to city staff for doing this hard and important work with integrity. Thank you, Portlanders, for your outreach and your advocacy. I'm committed to keeping you updated as we move forward thoughtfully and transparently. Hello, I'm Keith Wilson.
Okay. I'm sorry. That laughter probably seemed incongruous and out of place. This is Dancing on Glass by Motley Crue off of Girls, Girls, Girls. That was Girls, Girls, Girls by Motley Crue off of Girls, Girls, Girls. I raised a fist, which I am allowed to do. Anyone's allowed to do, but is associated with certain people, and I am certain people being black, and I am black, so I can raise a fist. I can full-on raise a fist. There's a scene in Toxic Avenger, and I've talked all about all the Easter eggs, all the trauma Easter eggs and all that. I actually have an unboxing, a Toxic unboxing. Sorry, but I talked about all the, I've done some spoilers, I've done all the Easter eggs and all that, but all my favorite moments, I saw it twice in the theater. I think it's still in the theater. I highly recommend, but it will probably be on streaming soon, and then I'll recommend it to you there. And in fact, I think it's kind of a thing to watch in your home with friends. If you have such things as homes and friends, not everyone does. Watch it on your phone if you don't have a home, and I think it'll be enjoyable there. What percentage of Disney Plus subscribers are homeless? There's a number. There's going to be an exact number. Anyway. I don't know why. I just can't read my handwriting. Oh, okay. But no, yeah, no, I don't know. I don't think the audio came out very good. But that video was very touching to me. The mayor of Portland just, being like putting mouths where putting whatever. What am I trying to say? No, where your mouth is, but at the end of the day, it really was still just words. Someone calling out a whole long video that I did not record, calling out Cory Booker for his relationship with Netanyahu and his 25-hour speech, which I hyped up on this channel. In fact, I even did a live stream from part of it. He's turned that into a book deal, and they're basically just saying performative, because again, Netanyahu, other lobbies and things that he's like, is Cory Booker's credentials as a firebrand, or are they just performative? I think it's possible. Oh yeah. This is Nona. That's the end of Bad Boy Boogie.
Wrong pronouns. That's not actually accurate.
That's correct. You're absolutely correct. Thank you for that, Ms. Jacobs.
I rise in opposition to this amendment. This is a radical infringement on State Department employees' freedom of speech and expression, denying individuals the ability to accurately reflect their preferred pronouns and avoid the stigma and embarrassment associated with being misgendered in a professional setting. Heaven forbid people know who they're communicating with over email when face-to-face conversations aren't possible. We'll let the Taylors and Shannons and Lindsays of the world and anyone else go misgendered for the sake of my
Fuck all
Republican
Lindsays.
colleagues'
No, sorry.
feelings.
That's
So
just that's a
frankly,
Witcher with
this
dick song.
amendment is an embarrassing use of this committee's time when we have so many other pressing issues to address. I'm ashamed we're even having to talk about it. I hope all of my colleagues vote against this, and I yield back.
Your gentleman is recognized. The question I would ask is, if I were to have on my business card, Mr. Brad Schneider, is that prohibited by this amendment?
Yeah, no, because actually, sometimes people use the pronouns, and that's why this is here, incorrectly. Gender is immutable. So the Mr. and Mrs. used
It's not about gender. It's about
natural sex
email.
would
Like
be,
fuck,
would
dude.
be
Yeah.
under this rule.
Brad, will you yield again?
Yes.
So in my email signature, I, Sarah Jacobs, have she, her. Those are my pronouns. But under your amendment, this would also not be allowed.
Right.
But you just said it's only if you use the wrong pronoun, so that's not actually accurate.
I love that she used quotes. Like she acknowledged
That's correct. You're
there
absolutely
are
correct. Thank
wrong
you for
pronouns.
that,
Their
Ms.
version of
Jacobs.
wrong pronouns.
Anytime. Brad, back to you.
She doesn't.
Let me
She's
just-
a
I'll ask
biological
another one.
woman who uses she, her.
Our ambassadors have a title that are often His Excellency or Her Excellency. Would that be prohibited on their business card?
It would not be. This
says the Secretary of State shall prohibit the use of gender pronouns on business cards, email signatures, or any other professional identity elements across the Department of State by employees, contractors, and other officials of the State Department. That would clearly prohibit the use of Mr. or Ms. or Mrs. It would prohibit the use of His Excellency. I think this amendment is going to cause a whole lot of problems across the State Department. I yield back.
I think you're rightfully stating something. I believe this is a serious conversation, as I opened up in my remarks. But my request for the author of it would be to withdraw this amendment. You ask unanimous consent to withdraw?
I did.
Without objection, so ordered.
But you just said it's only if...
So, I mean, the ending sounds like pwned. total victory. They didn't withdraw the amendment. They withdrew the amendment so that they could rewrite it and make it more specific to, i.e., more specifically anti-trans. Oh, we didn't realize this would hurt anyone. We thought we were just hurting trans people. We'll go back to the drawing board. We'll get back to you. Chris Cooper, the bird watcher in Central Park who was profiled, I want to say like years ago now, has won a Daytime Emmy for his Nat Geo show, Extraordinary Birder. Boop, fucking boop. Take that, Amy Cooper, who got fired from her job and probably still bitter about it. Okay, and then I have a clip that I want to play. This screenshot is just wild. How much they were paid for The Wizard of Oz. Scarecrow, $3,000 a week. Tin Man, $3,000 a week. Cowardly Lion, $2,500 a week. Wicked Witch, $1,000 a week. Judy Garland as Dorothy, $500 a week. Toto, $125 a week. So Toto got about a fourth of Dorothy's, of Judy Garland's salary. The dog, Toto, got about a fourth of Judy Garland's salary. She got half of the witch's salary and about a sixth of everyone else's salary. And yes, and I'm sorry, as I previously reported, the Munchkins were the people performing who were listed in the credits in a way that they were never named. They were just a nameless mass. They were listed collectively with a slur that starts with an M but isn't Munchkin. I think you can say that because that's just a type of donut, right? They were paid $75 to $100 per week, and I don't think they even got that. I think their quote-unquote handler or whatever stole most of that.
I can confirm that we are our youthful generation.
I'm sorry. Right. Boxing match. Ring girl. Ring girl. Ring girl. Do you see it? Do you get it? They hired this person, and I think she posted a picture of herself. Like she's like, I'm so embarrassed. Like, but yeah, they hired someone who looked like the girl from The Ring and covered her face with hair, and then called her like the Ring girl. Oh my God. Okay, me when I need a better plan for this. Oh, okay. Nope, I don't.
I am Patrice from Patrice the Movie. We made this movie as a love letter to all the disabled people like us who can't get married or even live with their partner without losing their Medicaid benefits, which they need in order to survive. And to qualify for Medicaid, you also have to live on less than $2,000 a month, and it's really hard to survive below the poverty line. And now that Medicaid was cut by $1 trillion to pay for tax cuts for billionaires, we want
It actually
to
sounds like
accept
the
this
Emmy was
award
fire
on
this
behalf
year.
of all the millions of disabled people and low-income people like us,
Along with Hannah
who are going to
Einbeiner
lose
from
their health
Hacks.
care. We love you, and we see you, and we're scared just like you. We hope
Sorry, I was talking over her, and I'm going to go back.
we're going to lose their health care. We love you, and we see you, and we're scared just like you. We hope one day soon the government will take better care of those of us who don't have anything than those of us who have everything. Until then,
Millionaires and billionaires standing up to applaud that, but sure.
thank you. Until then, we have to take care of each other. We love you and thank you very much. And thank you to ABC News Studios and Hulu. Thank you.
Boo to ABC News Studio and Hulu, but yay to her speech. We already talked about Onyx Cornish. That's so tragic. And again, that's kind of old news, but it was new. Yeah, it's the type of thing that doesn't get. Yeah, that doesn't get flags at half-mast. We'll just put it that way. Some influencer, and I didn't get their name because I don't do that, but they posted, I am, with a red handprint across, she, female, apparently, presenting, with a red handprint across her face. I don't think that's an accident. I think they know what they're doing there. I think the purpose was appropriation. I don't think that's accidental. But if you don't know, the red handprint on your face specifically, is a symbol of the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Person Movement, MMIP. And like everything, it is disgusting, but apparently I'm not allowed to say that.
I'm gonna lose my mind if conservatives keep pretending like mocking Charlie Kirk's death makes you some disgusting, horrible human being, especially when they reacted to the death of nearly every black person in the last 15 years.
It's a trend called Trayvoning.
Like, when Trayvon Martin died, they held meet and greets with George Zimmerman and asked him to sign bags of Skittles and cans of iced tea. And the gun that he used to kill Trayvon Martin was auctioned off for like $250,000. Like, the hypocrisy is insane. Every single time a black person has been the victim of police brutality, you guys have dug up their entire history to try to prove that they somehow deserved it. But when we use Charlie Kirk's own words, you say that we're heartless and disgusting people for it. And even though I know that the entire conservative platform is just built on hypocrisy, the amount of gaslighting that I'm seeing is actually crazy. Like, people saying, well, we never celebrated anyone's death. We never mocked anyone's death. We felt bad that those things happened. Like, we saw your reaction in real time. Your digital footprint is out there. Like, the same people who were just mocking Alligator Alcatraz, saying that immigrants were going to be the perfect meal and taking their families there for photo shoots, are trying to claim they have a moral high ground because we want more than the person who enabled that culture in the first place. You guys are delusional. You've genuinely lost it. I'm going to... Conservatives keep pretending like mocking Charlie Kirk's death makes you some disgusting...
But seriously, the Patrice Emmy speech is literally just spitting facts. Breaking news: the Emmy has been canceled. No, I'm kidding. But seriously, between it sounds pretty. It sounds like it got pretty heated. This is Cradle of Filth. I usually play 13 Autumns and a Widow. This is Cruelty Brought the Orchids. Actually, because I have a meme here. And then I might play. I still reserve the right to play.
She was a widow from God and Israel, finally!
Cruelty and the Beast, Cradle of Filth. This is Cruelty Brought the Orchids. Actually, hold on. I need to do a thing.
I'm a little bit disappointed to report that the guy who buys things just to roast, currently he's on like a pumpkin spice kick, but previously, I think maybe the first video I saw of him, he was roasting Target's 2025 Pride merch, and I assumed, given that, he was in on the joke that like, don't buy Pride merch at Target. In fact, even at the time, I was like, why support them? But it was to roast them, so I was like, oh, okay, I get it. Apparently he just, and again, I say guy, I'm going to say apparent gay guy, because if he's a straight guy, I just assume from your accent, if he's a straight guy making fun of gay merch, definitely fuck this guy. But it turns out he just shops at Target, because he mentioned something in one of his pumpkin spice videos, and he's like, and the Target label sent over record scratch? What? I assume you only went to Target just to buy the Target Pride merch, just to document how bad it is, not I just go to Target. Yeah, he's not in on the joke, guys. I can show this when I have a screenshot, but good job, Parks and Rec. You were invited to the wedding of Bella Swan and Edward Cullen at Car Creek Park. It was movies in the park of obviously Twilight. It's actually the introduction of the series. We're going to do all of Twilight at Car Creek Park. See the Parks and Rec's website for dates.
Mysterious. Cruelty brought the organs from the bowels of the I said Seattle Fun Events is, I'm not sure who originally posted this, they reposted it, or if this is their original thought. Jimmy Kimmel Show has been canceled for talking about Charlie Kirk by free speech warriors who hate cancel culture. But also, again, it's not been canceled, as far as I know. As far as I know. Alright, we're going to get through... we're into entertainment news. Billy Joel no longer sells front row tickets because of scalpers and disrespectful rich fake fans who buy them up. He now just leaves them open and then has his people bring fans from the back, which is exactly what Childish Gambino did in Arizona. We weren't in the front row, but brought fans from
upper levels to the front, and that's amazing. That should happen more often. The Mariners continue to be in first place. I think I talked about this. Someone hired an Etsy witch. Etsy is currently on people's shit list because they continue to sell, and I verified this one, Alligator Alcatraz merchandise. They also sell tons of anti-Trump merchandise, by the way, they sell anti-Alligator Alcatraz merchandise. But apparently they were banning and blocking people who were reporting the Alligator Alcatraz merchandise. But yeah, no, according to my friend who goes to Mariners games, apparently people are wearing witch hats to Mariners games. Witch hats are having a moment. Let's just enjoy that. She's got to keep the age between. The winds of once the wind control. Y'all know I hate Spotify, right? Just like passionately hate Spotify. You wouldn't stream a record. No, I don't know. This is Brittany Lynn Spears with If You Seek Amy. Probably followed by Radar, but we'll see. Let's fuck around and find out. For those of you who don't know, I actually should go in and look at Starbucks Terms of Service. I will, Terms of Service wouldn't tell you what their employee, but it was widely reported at the time that, A, they were bringing back writing on cups, and B, they were specific because there had been times in the past you couldn't remove certain parameters. Like, this was reported. Oh shit. Protesting has already begun at ABC in Spokane. This is for whoever needs to hear it. A reminder to Orca customers that purchase and use a Puget Pass beginning October 1st. Transfers and Puget Pass will no longer be accepted on Kitsap Transit Fast Ferry services. Passport will continue to work. I literally don't even know what I just said.
my friend Patty sends a Patty I know several. Censorship, Patty with an I. Censorship is simply un-American. Please email Disney CEO Robert Iger at disney.com, robert.iger@disney.com, and let him know that removing Jimmy Kimmel from ABC for speaking his mind is a poor economic decision. I did. Here's a sample letter. Dear Mr. Iger, I am writing to express my profound disdain, disgust, and deep disappointment regarding the recent censorship of Jimmy Kimmel. The silencing of a comedian, an American voice, whether you agree with him or not, strikes at the very core of free expression. It is un-American and it is a disgrace. As someone who has been a lifelong Disney fan, this decision is especially painful. This is someone I went to high school with. I used to sit with my Discman listening to The Little Mermaid. Those poor, unfortunate fucking souls. Used to listen to on my Discman before class. And Iron Maiden. Because even then, I liked a diverse playlist. Not necessarily at the same... Well, obviously not at the same time. And maybe still Motley Crue's Girls, Girls, Girls. Like I said, that's an album I know I owned it on cassette that I listened to going to middle school, but I'm pretty sure I owned it on CD. I know our family owned it on CD, and I probably brought that to school at least once too. Oh, I said Radar, and I am going to play Radar. Me when I keep trying to do something that doesn't work and what yet. Alright, I'm gonna play. Yeah, no, as someone who has been a lifelong Disney fan, this decision is especially painful. I grew up loving your movies, your parks, and the magic your brand has stood for, but until Disney and ABC demonstrate a genuine commitment to free speech and open dialogue, I cannot in good conscience continue to support you. That means I will no longer be watching ABC, I will not be purchasing or streaming Disney movies, and as much as it kills me as a true fan, I will not be visiting your theme park. My family's royalties and dollars will go elsewhere until you show that you value fundamental freedoms that this country was built upon. This is a beautiful letter, Patty. I urge you to reconsider your stance. Free speech is not negotiable. It is not partisan. It is the lifeblood of democracy. Well, clearly, because Tucker Carlson has thoughts about it. Which, again, I could play, but I won't. I did record them, but I was like, I'm not playing Tucker Carlson on my show no matter what. Even a broken clock is right twice a day. Even if he says the right thing sometimes. And the left, melts down. Tucker Carlson could easily, one of them will pull a Tim Pool one day, a reverse Uno Tim Pool, and just be like, oh no, that's what Dean Withers did. And because they're all grifters, someone will fall for it. Megyn Kelly dipped her toe after Trump's blood coming from wherever. She dipped her toe, and with her book, to see if she could get, and when liberals rejected her, she retreated. So that tells you something. One, it was contingent on popularity. It wasn't real. It was performative. And two, she's in her comfort zone where she always belongs. So it's all good. I think, the learning curve. I guess that's the thing. The left-wing influencer to right-wing grifter it is much more common because the learning curve is less steep. It's easy and obvious to see how they do it. Anyone could do it. I joke many times I could do it. I'd probably have to cut my hair, but I might not even, because again, they don't really care about appearance or septum rings or anything like that. They really just care about your beliefs, and especially if they can prop up someone who appears unlike the conformity that they would actually enforce once they forced everyone in the camp who looked like me, asterisk, and says the wrong thing. Because you can look like me as long as you say the right thing. for a while. But if you look like me and say what MAGA thinks are the right things, first they came. I would reorient yourself to the first they came for, because at some point, once they, unless you actually believe the propaganda. They said worst of the worst, dangerous criminals, blah, 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 and then now they're just deporting anybody, including like wives and grandmothers who've been here 47 years, married to Trump supporters, who had like legitimate like hearings and green card. They'll deport anyone. They will put anyone in a cage. They will put anyone in a mental institution. And yeah, they'll start with someone like me who looks like me but also talks like me and says the wrong things about the wrong people. But you're next. This is a Heartbeeps off of Come Together with Ain't No Crime. Off of Come Together. I still haven't played. I don't know. Yeah, okay. I don't even know what I've been talking about, but I went on a tangent. Oh no, I didn't. I was reading. Okay. Yeah, I urge you to reconsider your stance. Free speech is not negotiable. Free speech is not partisan. It is the lifeblood of democracy, and when a company as influential as Disney chooses to censor and censorship over courage, the damage runs deeper than one show or one host. Shout out to Patty. Sorry, give me a second. Oh, yeah.
I am Patrice from Patrice the Movie.
Oh, I said I was going to play. This is Criminal, also by the Heartbeeps off of Come Together.
I don't get the clip, but I do appreciate Hannah Creed's commentary from the live stream of some kind of no, we're not doing that. Oh shit. Oh shit. No. You didn't just do that. That's very disappointing. Oh. That song is that the next song is called Sake Baby Blast is even, oh my gosh. Heartbeeps. Slovenly Records. What are we doing here? Malicious Contrarian. That's the name of my new band. Oh no, wait. This is the Cute Lepers with a song. This is What Happens Next by the Cute Lepers. I'm probably going to play Young Hearts and or Fall to Pieces. This is off of Smart Accessories.
This is total nightmare stuff. This is gonna blow up in their face just like it did. Also, I want to read to you some of the new artist terms.
I hate Spotify is
Spotify.
the theme.
This is total nightmare stuff. This is gonna blow up in their face just like it did for WeTransfer. So listen to this. So accordingly, you hereby grant to Spotify a non-exclusive, transferable,
Who again is giving thumbs up on Zoom and
irrevocable worldwide
weird,
license
so weird.
to reproduce,
Ghost.
make available, perform and display, translate.
Sorry. I'm actually going to save this until this. I'm going to let it play by itself. I'm going to stop. That is okay. That's going to be the new thing. I'm just new show. This is the pilot format. I'm trying to figure out how to. Okay. Yeah, since I shifted this show's time slot from 10 p.m. Pacific to 8 p.m. Pacific, that is generally, 8:10. Typically 8:10 or 8:11. I don't know why I can never ever actually, no matter what I'm trying to do, the goal is 8 p.m., but it's always going to be like 8:10, and I'm now like, that's the time. This show starts at 8:10, and that's okay. Typically, just because, it takes, even if I start on time, it takes a few minutes for any viewers to jump in anyway, because I guess they get notifications, or it just starts turning up on feeds. I guess I'm back in people's feeds. And who just randomly are seeing this, like, what is this shit? I know, I don't, yeah, I know. Oh, this is like unverified, but yeah, there is no proof that TikTok has an M2 update that will scrape all your data past and present, and again, this is all like just conspiracy theory. At the same time, TikTok's, I've actually read TikTok's terms of service. It doesn't say at all how they will use, as far as I know, it's very minimal. It's actually surprisingly, like, if you're like, I don't read terms of service because they're too long, check out TikToks, because you can read all of it, including the addendums and, like, click on this to learn more in under 5 minutes. Like, it's, I'm a slow reader. Most people are like, I'm a fast reader. Most people are proud of, like, yeah. I'm a slow reader. Mostly because I'm a cautious and careful reader, and I double check. Wait, did I read that right? This is Primitive Man with Scorn, followed by Rags, probably followed by I Can't Forget, but let's find out. Some songs by, oh my gosh, that's a vinyl. It looks like NB colored, but I don't think that's true. Primitive Man, this is on Relapse. This feels like it might be at the wrong speed, but let's wait till the vocals kick in. This is Primitive Man with Scorn off of Scorn. Custom color and color splatter, limited to 500. It's definitely a 45. It's labeling now. Scorn off of Scorn by Primitive Man. Again, while there's no proof of an M2 update that people are spreading conspiracies around, my experience is TikTok's terms of service don't address how they're going to use your data at all.
Also, I want to
Holy shit, that was weird. That sounds good.
artist terms from Spotify. This is total nightmare stuff. This is gonna blow up in their face just like it did for WeTransfer. But so listen to this. So accordingly, you hereby grant to Spotify a non-exclusive, transferable, sub-licensable, royalty-free, fully paid, irrevocable, worldwide license to reproduce, make available, perform and display, translate, modify, create derivative works from, distribute, and otherwise use any such user content through any medium, whether alone or in combination with other content or materials, in any manner and by any means, method, or technology, whether now known or hereafter created, in connection with the Spotify service. So Spotify is basically saying that as an artist who they already pay the absolute lowest total trash royalty rate for any streaming service, they're now going to say, I can use all of your music and the things that you post to Spotify to create things from that on your behalf, i.e. through
Josh Rain's music.
Like different AI and training their own algorithms. This is total trash. Like, I think I'm pulling all of my music from Spotify. I'm going to read more. I'm going to talk with a couple friends that I have that are in law and look at the legality of this. But this is a nightmare, man.
Yeah, no, well, one thing I'm going to try and do better about again, this is a proof of concept. This is a pilot. But one thing I'm going to try to do is make sure that I name every person that unless they don't want to be named, because in some cases, you clear, everyone wants to be named. How are you doing? Yeah, listen to Primitive Man was definitely a 45. That was Scorn, and this is Rags, and probably I can't forget, I think I mentioned. Off of Scorn. I'm putting my ears back on for a specific reason. Because they already got my money and they can't, they can't extract any more money off of this. Until and unless I play more Disney, but in the meantime, fuck Disney, pirate that shit. Pirate that ship. Pirate that Penzance. Wait. What are we talking about? Pirate that Caribbean. Oh no, wait. Disney already did. Literally, Disney made billions off of the Pirates of the Caribbean movie, and then they also like plundered the Caribbean. They own whole fucking islands. Look it up. First of all, fuck Disney, like just in general, but especially today. Fuck Disney. That's gonna be the subhead. Oh my god, yeah, new segment, this is literally a new segment. AI is so fucking stupid and racist, but usually just stupid. Well, no, it's not usually both, but yeah, so I tend to, actually I realize this, when do I use the AI overview? When I have a whole long thing to say, and it would be a lot to type. That's the only reason. Because in fact, I actually even use, and if you don't know this on Google, if you have a search, you can add -AI, and you can get the search without that AI overview, whether you care about the environment, and that's why you didn't want it, or it's just bullshit and redundant, and you don't need it, or you can just tell, like, such and such facts, movie times for Toxic Avenger, -AI. And then you'll get those results -AI. But also, when I use the AI, because I do, like I said, mostly when I'm feeling long-winded and I have a whole long thing that I don't feel like typing, and that's lazy of me, and I need to work on that because the harm and damage that AI causes is real. It doesn't even understand what I'm saying, and again, I think I speak in a fairly generic accent. Like, I don't think I quite have the Midwestern, like, newscaster voice, but I was raised in a household where we did well, like most black households, we code switch. But I was definitely taught outside of our house, and I don't, well, this isn't outside of my house, this is the internet. We don't use AAVE, we use grammatically correct. So I don't think Google AI never understands what I'm saying. It always corrects me, and then in the dumbest and weirdest ways. That's why I'm saying, well, again, new segment, AI is so fucking stupid and racist. It literally corrected me. So I said something about AI generated, and it for whatever reason it heard AI generation, and then said there is no specific AI generation, blah blah blah. So first of all, anything that can be generated has a process of generation. So the fact that AI didn't assume AI generation referred to, they be dumb and wilding out. That was Primitive Man. I'm not sure what speed this is, except the whole usually indicates it is. Fuck Disney, boycott Hulu, boycott ESPN, boycott ABC. Until further notice. This is Baby Can I Hold Your Hand by Tracy Chapman. Speaking of albums that you can listen to all the way through, which is, I guess, the low-key theme of this episode. Is it like literally a symptom of ODD that you cannot apologize? Like, I'm just asking for a friend because that feels right.
7 pickles just feels right. But yeah, anything that is generated, there will be a process of generation. I can't believe how dumb they are. I actually, that's the most annoying thing, that everyone's like, AI, use AI, and I'm like, it's fucking stupid. Like, I have used AI begrudgingly, and it's like fucking R-slur. Like, it's like, I can't, oh, we're doing local news now. Okay, I guess my notes are okay. Oh well, I did a whole school board meeting thing, which I guess got some views, and I don't know. Yeah, no, no, it did not. I'm thinking of a previous episode. I actually need to check out like what happened to the school board episode. Oh, I played Avril Lavigne. Maybe. This recording is in Seattle Medium, whose slogan is "A message from the people to the people." Garfield High School forfeits the Garfield. We did a whole thing at the school board. I swear I spend no time thinking about high schoolers outside of their rights as human beings. But this one jumped out at me just because I was just talking about Garfield High School and the possible reintroduction of SEOs, SRO, school resource officers. Garfield High School forfeits football games against Eastside Catholic, as well as what is referred to as the Hood Bowl, which I'm like, oof. Which is, I guess, an annual game between Rainier Beach High and Garfield High. Hood Bowl. I didn't say I don't make the news, I just report it. Yes, this is Plastic World by Naked Aggression. And this it doesn't say 45. Is this actually? Well, we'll find. Let's fuck around and find out. Mighty Records, Mighty DR. What are we talking about? Sorry. This is Plastic World by Naked Aggression, followed by Lies.
Separately, Rainier Beach High School coach steps down after 11 years to spend time with children and grandkids. There was no controversy there, but the longtime coach at Rainier Beach High has stepped down. That's the local sports news. And the reason that Garfield High forfeited several games is because of the depleted roster and injuries. Did I say depleted roster and injuries? Did I say it? Can I say it again? Depleted roster and... I already forgot. Yep. Energies. Injury. Depleted roster and energies. Energyless. Oh my god. These athletes have energy. We can't play them. Injury, obviously. People like us. Me, I love this song when that line jumped out at me. Because while in the entire history of Naked Aggression, including the present, they're still an active band. Lies. They have had people of color as members, but at the time of that, people like us, they were all color, yeah. Charlie. Chip and Chip and Ballard to close after 23 years. Chip and Chip Greenwood to continue. I think we're okay. Oh. The first step to resistance is questioning what they're telling you. This is Lies by Naked Aggression. I think this is the instrumental, but... adjusting the mic. We're listening, that was Espresso, not instrumental version. We'll have to save that for another time. A poster of this cover art is available at Easy Street Music if that's something you want in your life. I'm not playing Roman Naked Aggression at this time. Oh. Loaded painted red. Speaking of painted red, like the fucking who thought appropriate. Okay. This is the chastity version. Okay, I don't know what speed this is. Let's find out. Chastity versions of 764 Heroes. Loaded painted red. Continuing my obsession with covers. Sent me free stickers, I'll show you those free stickers. Hi, Conley. Guess who's back? I missed Match 6, but Match 6 every time. Wait, shit. Oh shit, no, that was all the news I was gonna, okay, we're gonna go to I don't think these are in any particular order, but in any particular order. Oh my God! Yeah, no, absolutely, yeah. Minnesota Star Tribune. Should have been my top story. 4 people suffered life-threatening injuries in a shooting on Moody Sabri's vacant lot. City officials vowed to close it down despite potential legal challenges. So, again, the city's reaction to an attack on a homeless encampment in Minnesota has been to close down the encampment, not to offer or provide protection. Can I? Oh.
And yeah, no, going back to the content creator who, again, I hope and assume is gay, who's like, Pride Collection 2025. You understand that in 2022, bigots trashed Targets and Target, I guess, managers or general managers, whoever, complained to Target Corporate, and Target Corporate's response was, oh, well, if people don't like the Pride merchandise, you can hide it in the back or just not sell it at all. We'll leave it up to individuals, which predictably has meant whether or not you can get Pride merchandise at Target really depends on where you live. But that's not even the point. The point is, they didn't even give a shit enough to protect their own employees. And you know that because when they had a special sale of exclusive Stanley Cups, they hired extra security. They could have done that for the Pride merchandise, and if their excuse was protecting their employees, it wasn't even to protect the Pride merchandise, it was to protect their employees. Well, yeah, no. Where we are now and how we are here now didn't happen all at once, but I see it. And I see you. And if you still shop at Target, you did it. That's you. That's you. Disney, Hulu. Oh my gosh. This is Olivia Rodrigo covering Noah Kahan. Is that right? Olivia Rodrigo covering Noah Kahan's Stick Season. Was that not at the... Okay. Okay, I don't know why this is listed as a 45, because it's not. Again, this is Olivia Rodrigo covering Noah Kahan's Stick Season. A lot of songs shout out Vermont at the same time. There's a reason for that. Oh, yeah. Don't put your butt in my face. Thank you. Oh, thank you. All right, this is Noah Kahan covering Lacey by. No, this is actually almost the end of the episode, probably. Sorry, but cat pet break.
Lacy, oh Lacy, skin like perfect pastry. Aren't you the sweetest thing on this side of
This sold out, but then they made more. That one Fall Out Boy, Billy Joel, they never made more. I still, that is my holy grail right now. Seeing Billy Joel, who again, once, yeah.
like perfume that you wear? I linger all the time, watching it in plain sight.
11:23. 1123. Numbers are special. Spelling is fun.
Sweetest torture.
Kids.
Smart, sexy, lacy, I'm losing it lately. I feel your compliments that bullet some skin.
But again, oh, yeah, no. Again, a mass shooting at a homeless encampment in Minnesota is so fucked up. I hate to even report shit like that. It's still weird that, like, Yahoo News wrote Jimmy Kimmel Live pulled off the air indefinitely by ABC over Charlie Kirk shooting comments. He didn't actually comment on Charlie Kirk or the shooting. He commented on reactions to the shooting, but accuracy, it doesn't even matter. And it doesn't even matter if someone's making a joke or a journalist. Like, that's the blurry lines they love. Like, we can say whatever we want. The president can say eating the cats and dogs. Well, he wasn't the president then, but... And of course, because of all the election fraud, he's not really the president now. What are we talking about? Yeah, we already talked about Deadline, Barack Obama's reaction. Yeah, celebrity guests like Wanda Sykes were en route to the show. CNN, Jimmy Kimmel's sudden suspension shocks his staff and celebrity guests who were en route to the show. I did have actually... I actually did have a Wanda Sykes video. I don't think I didn't record it, but yeah. But she was like, I'm in full makeup because I was headed to Kimmel, but that's... I am actually going to do an unboxing. And apologies. Oh, no, I'm not. No, I'm not. Oh. Well, she might be out anyway. I was like, apologies, Karma. I might have to kick you out of my lap. Usually, like, if I do too much bending over, I'm not, yeah, no, and I'm not doing it on purpose to kick her out of my lap. But she gets the hint and or reminder that this show is like, you can be here, but it's not about you. This is, I just want to confirm. All right, now I had to look this up. So yeah, no, okay. So Belgium is the reason for the shit going on in the Belgian Congo. Well, it's not called it's just called the DRC, Democratic Republic of Congo, but Belgium is a significant reason for what's going on in Congo right now. This is a Dutch treat. What is it called? A Dutch feast. Excuse me. The Dutch language is spoken primarily in the Netherlands. This is what I looked up, but is spoken significantly in the Flemish or Flanders region of Belgium. This is a Dutch feast. Excuse me. Cat. I think this is Up You Go. Oh, this is Membership followed by Up You Go. Meow. Meow meow, he's a cute meow meow. You want to jump down? You can jump down or stay there. Choke that cat. Look at me choking the cat. No, I'm kidding. I wasn't literally touching her throat at all. And she knows that. Because she knows I love her. You know I love you. And she loves me. But that literally looks like I was choking a cat. Please take that video out of context and freeze frame, still frame it. Also, this cat is abusing me. Like, the way she's using her tail right now. Okay, no. No, I'm sorry. She's just enjoying herself. Me, I'm like, this cat's abusing me. We're just trying to find our own spaces in the same place. She's not abusing me. This is Up to You by BGK. You look so mad, Karma. Oh, I could have... Oh, wait, am I actually going to play that? I am going to play this out.
According to a source with knowledge at the event, Jimmy Kimmel staff members had been working as usual on Wednesday afternoon, holding calls with talent publicists regarding upcoming episodes just before the decision was announced. Numerous Hollywood publicists, producers, media executives who spoke with CNN on Wednesday evening expressed their astonishment over the suspension. "We are all shell-shocked," said one celebrity publicist on CNN. "I cannot believe this is real life," a studio publicist said. "For those of you who pray, now is the time to do so," said Wanda Sykes, who was to be a guest on that night's show. Staffers on ABC were also stunned by the move. Kimmel's ties with the network run deep. His show has been on for more than 2 decades, and Kimmel's wife, Molly McNearney, is head writer and executive producer of Jimmy Kimmel Live. Oh wow, family business. That's wild. Fun facts. Jimmy Kimmel is executive produced by his own wife. Is he not an executive producer? Like, it's family money, so whatever. He doesn't need to be executive producer if his wife is, but his wife, in fact, if I am ever given the opportunity to be an executive producer on anything, I will make my wife be that. Now I want to play Kiefer Sutherland, and I will. A source familiar with the fluid and fast-moving situation told CNN that Jimmy Kimmel Live has not been canceled. Again, that's my top story. Jimmy Kimmel is not canceled, despite how many outlets but added there is no timeline to when the show may return. Outside the theater in Hollywood, some audience members had been waiting in line for over an hour when they were told taping had been canceled. A couple who had traveled from Virginia to Los Angeles on vacation to attend Kimmel's taping called ABC's decision ridiculous. What about freedom of speech? Why would his show be canceled for Jimmy Kimmel expressing his opinion? Gina Blackwell, a person, we're not doxing anyone because she'll probably lose her job tomorrow. A person told CNN, "Wake up, America! Wake up, America! We're getting stuck on stupid." Another apparently an individual with the same last name as her. A number of entertainment industry figures who spoke with CNN questioned whether the show would ever return to the air, citing the current political climate and noting Kimmel has been lots of people a long vocal critic. Stephen Colbert remains a long vocal critic. It's oh my gosh, it is the worst kind of political theater that they chose for themselves. This is the alternate lyrics of Don't Cry by Guns N' Roses.
Guns N' Roses. Every single time I write news and views, you know that's because Guns N' Roses. The end of You Could Be Mine. Off of Use Your Illusion. Dose. This is Don't Cry alternate lyrics. Cat Pretzel. Behind the Scene. Not listening to the demo version, it's just the alternate version, but it feels like a demo version. Yeah, no, they wouldn't admit that then, but you could say that now. Demo version. Yeah, quote of, yeah. Kimmel's current contract expires in May. He debated whether he would renew it in 2022, publicly stating he had considered bringing his late night show to an end. After 2 decades at ABC, I am now looking forward to 3 years of what they call quiet quitting, he joked in a statement at the time. His contract extension was announced. A representative for Kimmel has not responded to CNN's request for comment. Fuck Disney, fuck Hulu, fuck ABC, fuck ESPN. 6, 7, ESPN. I had an idea there, but 6 ESPN. Fuck ESPN. I'm just thinking that. Now I'm just auditioning for a part as a random vocalizer on a Disney shit.
We're recording a Guardian. I had previously reported they're trying to take your passports for free speech. And then this story like resurfaced. However, I did the verification / update verified official stamp. Holy shit. That's not what was supposed to happen. No. This is the karaoke. No, sorry. But the law that would allow them to revoke passports for basically anything has been rescinded for now, but again, most likely just to get rewritten. They don't want to let you leave this country. And again, of all the business plans that rose in stock after Trump was elected in 2024, private prisons rose to the top. AI surveillance rose to the top. The U.S. government is now. Wait, I want to make sure I'm not misrepresenting this. I don't know. The U.S. stake claim in some U.S. government's claim in some crypto grift bullshit is like, I call bullshit, is wild and dark, but it's where we are right now. Did I do anything by Simple Plan off of no pads, no helmet, just balls? When in doubt, play track 1, side 1. Politico, immigration judge orders Mahmoud Khalil deported to Syria or Algeria. Oh, is this, are we here? Alright. I guess this is the end of the episode. I know, it still says 18. What the fuck? Holy shit, like, oh shit, Fortune magazine, Jerome Powell says, hiring nightmare is real. Kids coming out of college are having a hard time finding jobs. For sure. Time, Trump says Antifa is a major terrorist organization. What that means, I mean, holy shit. Holy shit, that's the second time that shit. Wow. Trump specifically reached Reuters, asks the U.S. Supreme Court, because again, the president can ask anyone to do anything, but checks and balances used to be a thing we all agreed was important. Trump, the president, asking the Supreme Court, who he knows because he appointed 3 fucking of them, has a majority, a 6-3 majority at all times, but also Cory Booker voted for some of those, like Marco, some of those people in positions of power now, they're like, how do they get in position of power? Cory Booker, actually. Yeah, but Trump is Reuters. According to Reuters, Trump goes directly to the U.S. Supreme Court to allow because he wants her fired now. Like her fired. He doesn't want, because she has. This is the worst day ever. A move? Well, yeah, no. Asking the Supreme Court to let him move ahead with a move without precedent since the central bank's founding in 1913, so over 100 years, in a legal battle that imperils the Fed's independence. But again, this is ahead of a major decision. Fed rate cut, how it affects your bank accounts, loans, credit cards, and investments. The Federal Reserve has cut interest rates, whether Donald Trump wanted them to or not. This is You don't mean anything? Oh, well, no, it's still the worst day ever. Oh. Am I just, yeah, no, I'm gonna jump straight to, oh, a lot of people list this as an album worth all the way through, in fact, so I won't skip the next song. You Don't Mean Anything, followed by I'm Just a Kid, When I'm With You, and Meet You There. Yeah, no, we might play the whole A-side of this Simple Plan album. Let's find out. I still smell like fake shit, not me. NBC News, police cameras tracked one driver 526 times in 4 months, lawsuit says. I mean, that, which part of that is illegal? Like, what, tracking people is legal? Could your employer take away your 401k match? Sherwin-Williams just did, and again, Paint the Town what? Did you hear in Seattle, Miller Paints is the local option? Miller Paint is an employee-owned, again, like Ace Hardware, employee-owned paint manufacturing company headquartered in Portland, Oregon. So if you're like Sherwin-Williams, cover the world. But Miller Paint, oh shit, though I wish I had ordered that. Oh well, their website changed anyway and you couldn't even buy that shit anymore. Oh. That's not what I planned to play, but Back to midnight. Oh, Airport Way. It says Eastern Washington, but the Idaho, Central Oregon, Portland, Southwest Washington, Willamette Valley. There are no Miller. Oh shit, okay, well, that's... I'm playing that out. I already mentioned this. Starbucks workers to sue over dress code. Yeah, no, this goes along with lying about writing on the cups, and that's not a policy. You know your own policies, or maybe you don't. Maybe the spokesperson who's hastily hired and doesn't know their own policy, but they're not getting in trouble. Oh, National Cheeseburger Day. What day is National Cheeseburger Day? September 18th. Alright, I guess there were 3 cheeseburger options. Oh, it's not too late for me to make a cheeseburger, though it's officially... World Bamboo Day? I don't know, I'm just saying words. Good night and go to bed. If you can hear my voice, it's probably time for you and me to go to bed. Alright, the closest Miller... Oh, it's in Washington. No. Oh. No, what the fuck? They have a store in Georgetown. Alright, Miller Paint store in Georgetown. That's my new shit. Ah! according to Nat Geo, National Geographic, chimpanzees consume the equivalent of more than two alcoholic drinks a day. And again, recent discoveries suggest we don't share 99% of our DNA with them. People, that's still an exploration in progress. Also, some people say we share like 99% of our DNA with a banana. Asking a geneticist who knows this shit.
And knows I am a Disney fan, an adult fan of Disney. As promised, that was the whole A side. No, it wasn't, but most of the A side of A Simple Plan record. I've hardly newered. What are we talking about? As I've stated many times, I love covers. This is Silly Goose. Let's figure this out. This is All the Small Things, followed by Anthem Part 2, probably. Oh, All the Small Things, probably followed by Damn It. Yeah, no, we're going to close out with 3 by...
Silly Goose, BRB. And so, I will not go, turn the lights off, carry me home, your head, I'll be your thrill, never go on, my little man will, I will not go. Damn it. By Silly Goose, here's my cat singing a Silly Gooses. He fucked her. Of losing and failing. Happening once again to a friend. Understand. To you, the master. Well, I guess this is growing up. Well, I guess this is growing up. Well, I guess this is growing up. Sneak preview of that guy. Goose. Oh, me when I realized the sides are mislabeled, and that's okay. Is that correct? Thanks for listening, thanks for watching, thanks for being you, boop boop. Thanks for doing all the awesome things you do, and if you didn't do anything awesome, do something awesome tomorrow. It's that easy. If you don't feel capable of doing awesome things, get in touch, because I'm certain you are. We are all capable of doing awesome things, or awful things, but that's a choice. That's a choice. Our closest living primate relative, again, asterisk on that one, may prefer tree hopping over bar hopping. Yeah, aren't we like 29% radioactive bananas or some shit? Science is fun, kids. What are we talking about? Banana isotopes. Talking about radioactivity. We're talking about percentages, which is math and not science. We're talking about primates and their relationship to us. The Woman and the Ape by Peter Hoag is an amazing novel. Read it. Our closest living primate relatives may prefer tree hopping over bar hopping, but they do consume quite a bit of alcohol through their food, a new study finds. Primatologists have long suspected that chimpanzees ingest a sizable amount of alcohol, given their preference for ripe fruits, which can ferment naturally as yeast from the environment convert the sugars into alcohol. But a study published by Science Advances this week is the first to estimate their daily alcohol consumption. Based on the analysis, more than 500 fruits found below trees where chimpanzees recently fed, their daily food intake, and the amount of time spent eating different fruit species. This allowed the scientists to calculate that, taking into account their lower body weight, chimpanzees consume the equivalent of 2.5 human drinks per day on average in fermented fruit. They're not drinking. No one. The Red Bull and Red Bull is an alcohol. But you know have you ever been to a bar where it's always girls come up to you and just start talking to you about a certain brand, and you're like, what's going on? And you're like, oh, hi, do your job, always, job positivity, and sex worker positivity, because sex work is work, and
punch it in at the break. Because that's where it got kind of weird anyway.
And yeah.
We were like on all our breaks on the click, and then that one we were certainly not.
I would actually add, girls walking around in backpacks of Red Bull, because it's always
take
girls.
It from the breakdown.
That's sex work, but whatever.
Just kill it
I'm not, and again, I don't shame sex work. You're like, how dare you? Sex work is work, bus. And then in final local news, this is according to Capitol Hill Times, Seattle ready to relax substantial alteration requirements to make it easier to revive long empty storefronts. Making it easier to open storefronts would be an amazing thing in Seattle, and I don't object. Thanks for listening. Thanks for watching. Thanks for... Show Karma some love, for real though, but for real... This is the end of the Innocence or ever episode or